Hello everybody. How's it going? Skuttz has appeared. Yes. We're gonna see just how today goes. Um, let's see. What? Sorry, Deathlight. I made your spooter explode. Hello. All right. Yes. Well, the other day in the stream, I stretched funny and my back went out, so I had to take some time and just rest. I think we're mostly back good to go, but things are still a little crabby. I think it's my SI joint that slips out, so I think I got it to pop back in place. But if I have to go, I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna sit here longer than necessary. I'll just try to do my best. But yeah, if that's not motivation to keep up on my physical therapy and the fact that it's been working, I don't know what is. So, we're back at it today. I've got my warm-up sketches. We're going down to 3, so it gets done a lot faster. I like it. The aim is to be done in about 30 minutes with them versus the process taking like 1 to 2 hours, which was too long for me. But I do think that drawing these has really upped my drawing game. It's made me more familiar with anatomy. It's got my hand nice and warmed up. I'm drawing some good art, and I've been really happy with the results. So we're going to go ahead and continue with these. If you guys get bored of seeing them, let me know. Otherwise, I think it's really cool that even a professional artist like myself, who's been drawing for a long time, it shows you like how much work you need to put in to maintain being good at art. You don't just get good at art and stay there. It's like working out a muscle. You can't just get super buff, bench press like really high numbers, and then just not lift or exercise or work out for months and then expect to be able to go back and lift the same weights. You've lost some mass. You don't have the. It's the same thing with drawing and like that hand-eye coordination. So this is just like an athlete stretching before they run so that they don't hurt something. I'm sort of getting my brain and my hand warmed up and back in alignment, and just refreshing myself on how bodies look in different shapes and poses, and adding more things to my mental catalog. Like, you can draw stuff from your head without a ref if you want. But sometimes doing these studies is what makes that actually happen easier. It makes the results look better. So, like, whatever you put in, you get out. Why, I think it's ridiculous to start drawing and only spend maybe a grand total of less than, I don't know, 60 hours on drawing in total, and people will be like, I'm bad at this. I'm like, you've done 2 doodles. It is frustrating. But even after drawing my whole life, well, pretty close. Mama Skuttz would say I was picking up crayons and drawing like by the time I was 3. Like trying to draw apples with like stems and stuff, and trying to draw horses. So I'm like, oh, I think I know where some of my oldest art's at, if I remember correctly. And I think it would be kind of fun to I think it would be fun to go see if I can find that. See if Mama Skuttz has some vintage art tucked away from the early days. I'm gonna go ahead and move over to the drawing screen real quick. And I think I need to toggle on the sub view. There we go. We got some fun sketches today. And here's the page I'm gonna do it on. Fantastic. Let me see. Hello, Bootsy. I see you over on YouTube there. I still think I forgot to do the go live notice on. I suck at this, you guys. No, I don't. There's just a lot of stuff to keep track of. I keep trying to automate the process, and it's just, it's a struggle. So I think the YouTube ones automatically go, but I don't think that the pings have the ats on them. All right. All right. Fantastic. I tried to do that. And there we go. All right. So once in a while, you know, there's there's all right, hang on. Say, you just came in. You're Christmas. So I'm excited. Once in a while, fucking come on, man, get the thoughts together. If someone's been in my community for a long time, if you've been around, if you've been around before Twitch even, I'm slowly just making my way to making you guys little custom color things, like how Deathlights is the color of Zosi. So if you've commissioned me a lot and there's like a character I can think of, Zay, I don't know what to do for you. Although actually that color scheme is also really close to Zay Zay's already. I just need to change like the green to more red. Ow, my... What? Throw in the sushi. But yeah, I just, oh, where'd you go? Come here. All right, I'm gonna change you off with like Christmas colors though. Or Aries colors. Oh, that could be fun too. You'll be my, but before stream, I decided, I was going to, you're the perfect spider to demonstrate since you're on the right spider. But when Nittany comes in, I made a little blue and orange one. No, not Christmas. Yeah. I'm so excited. So anyways, once in a while, when I like just need a fun thing to do, calm down before stream, I'm like, who doesn't have a spider yet? And I'm like, there we go. We got knit knees. we got cold front colors. Um this one just says spood. Wait, is this the same one Kazakh is? That's me, my brand color. All right. I'll have to make you a spider though. Especially for the, oh gosh, are you the reigning champ on like length of subscriptions? Oh. Hey Spork. Speaking of, I need to make the Joltek Spork colors. We'll do it. We'll do it slowly. Anyways, I'm gonna punch some buttons on my timers. Yeah. Let's see if I can do this in. Let's see if we can do the whole thing in 30 minutes. I set a 30-minute timer. That is reigning over my. I've got a 10-minute timer, a 5-minute timer, and a 1.5 minutes. And it's just to. Oh no, I'm not wearing my drawing glove. We're starting over. We're starting over. It's not fair. I'm trying to draw fast. And then. No. No. Can't draw fast if you're just drawing with your bare hand against plastic. It just kind of gets stuck. There we go. All right, now we're all smooth and glidey. Now we're hitting the 30-minute, the 10-minute, the 5-minute, and the 1.5 minutes. And I'm trying to start being finished by the 5-minute mark and start the next sketch by the 10-minute mark. All right, what was my process? Trying to find the flow. All right, let's see how close this. It helps getting like a base. Like a stick figure is not the right. Not the right thing. Not really a skeleton either, but it's like the. No, that was a 1.5 minutes. Okay. Whew. I try to use things to line up the image. Like, so the bottom of her butt cheeks are just a little bit above the bottom of the ball. We'll see. Ooh, this is a difficult one to come back and start with. Mm-hmm. All right. All right, let's see. No, I liked that hand. Gun. Was that the 5-minute one? I think that was the 5-minute one. Ball is more. I think I swear I want to do more like anatomical studies so I can know what I'm necessarily seeing at the different angles I'm seeing it. Like her shoulders right there. That this whole area is like a mystery to me. I think part of it's because this is wider and I've made it too. What am I doing wrong? Is her head in the wrong spot? Yeah, I've got 3 minutes left and I hate this. Alright. Stop focusing on the pose, being directly like the pose, and just try to make what I have look. Part of it's because she's got the ties are blocking. Yeah, I don't know. Why do I always do this? I can't draw the head in the right spot ever. It's always too big, too small, too high, too low. How is this so... Huh? Alright, so again, the focus of this exercise is not to get the drawings perfect. If I spent long enough and I were to try to, like, not time myself and limit this, I could do a lot better, getting a lot closer. The practice is to just get as far as fast as I can. That was the 10-minute timer. And we're gonna be done. So it's time to move on to the next one. Select this one. It is what it is. It's at where it's at. Put a new folder. We hide the folder so that we can drop in the other stuff. The second pose. All right, and here's our 10-minute, 5-minute, and 1.5 minutes. Long. Because it looks like a frog. So large. I struggle with drawing shit in scale. That's a good start. I think if I shrink it. Whoa. And we're done. Perfect. Hand finished. Actually, right now. I haven't done this before, but I don't want to redraw some of this. Like, the point isn't to... God, why do I keep hitting the crop button? What is wrong with me? Please. No, not right now. We're not. No. I'll save in a minute. I promise. I'll save it a minute. Hi, Kozik. What? Ad starts in 2 minutes. What? We got an incoming ad. Incoming ad. No. I got 3 minutes. I can dismiss it for 3 minutes maybe. I don't know. But we gotta go fast. We gotta go fast and beat the ad. Hydrate and stretch. Okay, I will. Just give me a minute. I'll hydrate and stretch during the ad. Why am I having such a hard time with the placement of the head? It's like eclipsing stuff, but it's not. It just looks so big when I draw it. Whatever. Okay, just stop worrying about it and go. I've only got 3 minutes left. Do 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 do. All right. I'm holding my breath. Does holding your breath when you draw make you a better artist? I don't know. I don't think so. I think that one's just a dumb human habit. Don't know why I do it. I mean, yes, I do. I think I've explained it before. Doing traditional work and like doing, ink mediums that don't come back from mistakes very easily without, paint or metal working. That you just gotta hold your breath sometimes so you don't ruin it. Like when you're soldering, especially if you're doing something like copper or silver, where the melting point's really low, you're trying to get something like just a seam or just one part of it to like solder. If you shift too far one way or the other, you could like melt stuff. And so like sometimes when you're getting that really like sweet moment when your solder starts to like liquefy and it gets real shiny, you just kind of like have to be real still, because if you move to the wrong spots, like you can mess with it or like cause it to quit melting like just before it gets there, and it's just like, oh man, there's nothing worse than melting a piece you're working on. Man, I feel like I'm struggling with these today. But I took a few, I took a little bit off of doing them. I feel like that's what fucked it up, man. I shouldn't have taken any days off from doing these. Now I'm sucking. That was 10 minutes, and I don't feel like I've. That's it. I don't want to put my pencil down because I suck. All right, I am not happy with how this one came out. I don't know what's going on. Didn't capture enough of something I wanted to. Is it this? Yeah, that was it. Fine, I'm fixing it. Leave me alone. It's not about being perfect, I say. Cries in corner. I'm glad I can kind of try to identify the spots that I think are the issues, though. Yeah. Alright. There's not... Alright, I saved it, okay? Oh gosh, I haven't saved it at all. Thank you, Kazik. Ad break ends. Oh no, I need to go to the restroom. All right, last one. Ooh, we got the claws. No, I don't have my drawing glove on. Fast, fast, fast. Go, 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 go. She doesn't have any legs. We can do this. We're not restarting the timers again. Eh, eh. All right. Oh, what am I doing again? Step one. I like this, but what do we have wrong? Elbow. Hmm. These poses are so cool. 5-minute one. Ah! Why is that so loud? Kazik! Kazik, you are the jump scare. Oh my god. And the jump scare is the reminder to save, which is its own jump scare, because I remember I haven't saved. And I'm like, oh my god, you're right! I should be freaked out just a little bit. And also save immediately. I look up for 1 second, I just see you twerking. Kazik! You're a menace! Never stop. How's it going? Welcome in. Why am I drawing the hand? Stop drawing the hand. It's getting larger. Alright, hang on. Also, I feel like I made the fingers like way too long. I went way overboard. Hang on. Right, because part of it's blending in with her. Alright. I would like to give them the correct amount of fingers, though. The problem is I keep drawing it like it's the back of the hand, but it's not. This is like the... Who the fuck taught me to draw hands? What's wrong? What is wrong with me? Ah, that was my 5-minute timer. Oh my god. Okay, I was doing so much better when I was doing these consistently, and then now I'm slow. That's it. Couple of days not doing it. Slow. I'm a grandpa now. I was like, ha ha ha, I can definitely do this. There's no legs. Suffer. I suffered. I suffered. But we made it. This is not what I was... Fine. At some point, I'm assuming you guys are gonna get bored of me doing these. It's just one of those things where it's clearly such a game changer to do the warm-ups and everything before I start working on commissions. But making it like part of the stream and part of the process makes it happen. It takes away the excuses. And then I've actually been doing them. All right, I'm gonna leave this hand alone because I don't think we're gonna actually get anywhere with them. They're very odd. I've made like weird spaghetti fingers. I want to give all of them nails. They're missing clothes. Here we go. This is what I'm envisioning is like hands. All right, I drew one finger that looks good. I'll admit defeat now. I can do it if I tried. It's not about making it perfect, it's about doing it. How do you make this look? Ding! Going to play GTA. Going to play GTA. Is GTA 6 out yet? All right, that's it. I'm done. I'm saving. And we'll start moving towards the commissions for today. All right. I'm just gonna copy all three of these over here. Instead of doing them one at a time. Not work. There we go. Shrink them down. How close did I get? I needed to like turn her. Whoa, what? Ooh. That was fairly close. Oh, wow. Wow, these are fun. I haven't gone back and looked at these. I should one of these times. It's cool to see like how close I got. Really, really interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I would say I did not nail it exactly, but that's pretty cool. Actually, there's room for me to display these differently. The hands are fucked, okay? I know they are. That's fine. It's not what this was about. This one, I feel like if I just, like, extended it like this, it's closer. Actually, let's see. I'll toggle that one off real quick. Hey, I like this. So the time I was spending to do the other what is, so I was trying to draw, oh yeah, no, I was way off. So I kind of had, I had some of the stuff, but like everything's in the wrong spot, just ever so slightly off. This is so funny. It's so This is a perfect example of why sometimes you just scrap a fucking sketch and start over. Even if you think you've got it or you really like the pose, you just start over from scratch. Because there's something somewhere in it that is just off, and then everything, it just a little bit off, and it's just a little bit off. And it all adds up to being this not quite right, and you're never going to change those one single things. Now, if I, like, hid this and tried drawing this a second time, and or went back over, and sometimes I build a skeleton over this. But like this is where I would start comparing. See, some of the placements are really close. Like what I look at, I don't know if you guys are interested in this or not, but I'm gonna explain this real quick, just because we keep doing these. I'll use blue. I think this is a good enough visual one. So when I was looking at stuff, I'm looking at like, okay, I messed that one up, but like front, her hand and her head kind of line up there, but her hand should have been further back. I'm looking at stuff like the gap here, and those are the ways I'm kind of lining up some of the stuff. With the hands, I was kind of like looking at the, basically like the negative space here as well. And then when I was trying to figure out where her head goes, I was like, wait, it's between both of the shoulders like this, but I had this shoulder over too far, so I had to basically cut and scoot it over. And that made it closer. But yeah, there's just all these little bits where like this one's a little bit off, that's a little bit off. So if I wanted to try again, I would maybe keep just the front half and resketch the back half because the angles were just a little bit off on it. And that would probably be better. But like for what we did, it's fine. And it's just kind of cool to analyze. But like that's why sometimes you just are like, you think the sketch is really good, but it's like not, it's bugging you and you don't know why. Sometimes it's because you've got parts of it that are really close and then other parts are just kind of shifted off and shifted off and shifted off again. And so you just kind of almost have to scrap the sketch and start over. It's not you being a bad artist. It's that sketch just happens to have too many micro flaws that stack up. But if I started over on a new sketch on top of it, or like tried to correct different things, like it would be easier because I could remember what stuff was like worth keeping and then be like, all right, so this needs to be like lower, you know. But like I would just completely hide this and redraw it a second time and just see if the second go was any better. There's also, this is where like trying to basically trace an image and see where stuff lines up. Like this is what I probably should do with something like this sketch, where I didn't understand what was going on with her back muscles here. But if I went over and kind of did a better study of like what was going in with like, see, a lot of it's blocked by some of this. So I'm having a hard time seeing like, is this her back? Is that her shoulder? What's going on? And then that's where the middle of her back dip is. Her shoulder blade's somewhere like right here. But it's really hard for me to tell with like the bow in the way. And just coming back and checking that would like, okay, cool. That kind of clarifies some of the stuff I was confused on. And then I can look at where my sketch is and see what I did wrong there, which was I didn't understand that area at all. But you don't want to trace it and then use it. You use tracing as a form of study. And then I would go back and try to redraw this and go, okay, now I know that this was, you know, stacked differently. Why can I not get it to do? It's time to change my, oh God. All right, so I can see this is kind of what was going on more. And it was just like, it's not like what I did was way off. I just did not necessarily understand what we had going on underneath the bows and stuff. But now, you know, like I feel like that is, you're not tracing an image and then using the traced image. If you're like, what the fuck was going on in this area? I'm confused. You can look at the way stuff overlaps, where stuff is lined up, and then you can like dim out the image. Cause like there's one in here. I'll show you one day. I'll point it out. I'm not gonna go hunt for it because there's so many fucking images. But essentially it's, she's sitting a certain way or reaching up, like straight up, like stretching kind of pose. And the way her elbow pops at an angle just looks so, like you look at it and you're like, yep, that's a person. But when you try to break the shape down and think about it to draw it, it's like, whoa, wait, that's so strange. Like, I would never have drawn the arm looking like that. It looks really awkward. But when you look at the image, that's that's the angle that your the arm's at. It's like, that's crazy. Anatomy is wild. All right, catching up with chat real quick. Think someone has you beat by a few days. That's fair. There might be. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's understandable. Um, oh my gosh, yeah. Mini computer for editing does not sound fun. Looks like a night song pose. The one with the claws going all beastie, or the one crawling. They're all good. Eldritch Goth hotties in your area, always. Hello, Calix. Sorry for the delay. We're trying to power through the goodies. Nittany! Is your spooter on the screen, Nittany? Is that you? Is that you? Who's in the corner? No, that's you, Kazakh. Hi. I'll have to catch Nittany in a minute. Man, these clothes are giving so many ideas, right? You really are a menace. Little burger monster. Little gremlin, it's perfect. It definitely wasn't you. Bullshit. I can tell. I can tell before I look up. I'm like, that's Kazakh. Get bored easily, fair. Of course not. GTA 5? I've never played GTA. The crawling pick. Yes, yes. It definitely wasn't you who taught me to draw. No, it was my obsession to create. Alright, I'm gonna save this. Alright. Yes. It's time for that 6 p.m. coffee. You're loving an armored car you bought as a starter? A starter? when I'm so unfamiliar with the game, I'm like, is that a typo or a thing? Oh man. All right, let's bring out the cow ref. Sometimes you just want to redraw a whole thing. Oh man. Hmm. The bust isn't even in the same style as the... Uh... Well, like... Alright, hang on. Oh man, this is why I went on my little quest to get good, bro. Where's my work timer? Oh, it's based on one of your favorite cars ever. That's cool. To be fair, if one of my favorite cars was in a game, I'd be like, yeah. Alright, give me just a second. I gotta stretch. I could see that. That one's pretty nice. All black and it's fast and bulletproof. That's pretty cool. Trying to think. Oh man. Driving games. Well, I played Simpsons Hit and Run. That was like GTA but The Simpsons, right? God, what was the other one? That was one of the other few games like I played the shit out of. Like I actually got to play that one. Um there's what's that one? There was like this whole yeah, there was a different one that was like a taxi one, and then there was one that was like a you run around the city and did stuff. what to do for his little eyebrows. The bean brows just don't look angy enough, you know. Need to make them angy beans. It's one of the things if you won the lottery, you'd go and buy one of those, because... Huh? You'd want one type shit? Not sure if I understand. My brain's struggling to process. I'm assuming that it's awesome and you'd want one. What if we gave him some orc teeths? We'll see. I feel like I need to go see what these guys look like again. Alright, hang on. Do 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 do. Yeah. Hmm. And for just a little. I made his nose the wrong shape. His ears the wrong shape. Hmm. Alright. We're looking for pictures of little guys. They're skrunkly. So skrunkly. Skrunkly little trash guys. I'm just trying to find. I don't know, sorry. Trying to entertain you while I'm looking for refs. I just deal with the song, I guess. Fuck. Trying to find something from very particular angles and it's hard. Alright, I've got a couple. Do 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 do. Okay. Oh, Forza. Yeah, that one had some pretty cars. That's right. What? Ad break just started. Fuck. Alright, my break just started. BRB. Fuck. All right, let me know if that got fixed. I'm so sorry. I went to the bathroom and there was a spider I didn't recognize, and so I was Googling spiders until I found. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm streaming! Fucking spider! It was my husband, though. It was a Steatota grossa. A male, which is a male false widow. I didn't recognize the male, which is really gay. I know what the female false widows looked like. I just learned what the males looked like. Distracted by new spooter. Yeah, except it wasn't a new spooter. It was being, I was confused about the dimorphism, between the, they're my favorite spooters. And they're the little engineers that build the tangly webs that they can use leverage and hoist stuff with their webs. So fucking cool. Anyways, it startled somebody. They're like, yeah, there's a spider crawling up my leg. And I was like, oh my God. Because usually that means people squish them. You shouldn't squish a spider if it's on you. Footnote, we'll come back to that. But they surprised me because they were like, no, I just let him go in the bathroom. I was like, I don't know why. I don't know why the bathroom was a choice, but he did find a little spot up there and he was hanging out in a cobweb. And I was like, okay, cool. He found a spot to be safe. It was funny because I was just like, man, it's winter time and I haven't seen any spiders lately. And then lo and behold, and so I was in the bathroom and he was crawling up the wall. I was like, I can get all up close and see all the little details and see the little markings on his butt. And I was like, all right, what are you? And I'm sitting here Googling shit and I finally come around to some fucking Reddit post and it's like, oh, it's Steatota grossa, the false widow. And I was like, really? I didn't realize, because it didn't look like the false widow I recognize. It doesn't have the banded legs so much. Anyways. So, yeah. He's a little guy. So, yeah. Now I know. It looked a lot like the sheet web spiders that I saw. Watch them. I love watching Spider Mundo. My Spider TV. My spider soaps. Alright, so I got rounder noses. Very dog-like, I suppose. Huh. Makes sense. That's why we think they're cute. Oh. Distracted by news. Yes, only care about the sexy female spooters. I mean, obviously, look, he had some real big pedipalps. I'm like, hey, some impressive nuts on your face, pal. So he got my attention. I was like, what are you? They just don't look as much like Black Widows. So I think that's why they're not as well, like, they didn't come up as quick. It's more like, people want to know if it's a Black Widow or not, and that one doesn't look like the scary spider. I'm like, oh, okay, I can see. But, yeah, he's a cool little guy. If I don't, look, here's the thing about it, though. If I find a spider, I have to find it right. I have to, like, figure it out right then, right? because sometimes the minute details between species are really subtle. I'm getting really good at telling it though. I'm like, okay, all right, all right. I'm like, that's not a brown recluse. Shut the fuck up. Scrolling through, I'm like, that's a brown, and like, yeah, that's a brown recluse. I'm like, all right, cool. But it's the running joke that like everything's a brown recluse, I guess. Which is initially, yeah, that's exactly why I started looking up what spider species were. I'm like, are you dangerous? Are you a brown recluse? The answer is always fucking no, especially where I am. But it's one of the ones where it's like, it's one of the scary ones. It's one of the ones people know to worry about. And so everyone's like scared of like every spider. I'm like, okay. And that's, you know, the curiosity is what got me and why I started looking stuff up. Because I'm like, oh, they eat a lot of bugs, and like they're really good. They keep a lot of the things that are a nuisance out. And yeah, it's just cool. And anyways, there's a lot of small complex details. Sometimes it's down to like eye pattern to try to figure out what something is or isn't. And it's really difficult to just take a picture with my phone because at that small of a scale, it feels like sometimes it blurs and obscures details. And so it's like, whoa, is that really a spot there? Or did it just kind of like blur that shadow in are the tips of its feet really black, or did it just like merge the shadow with its toes? And so if I have the spider in front of me still, it's a lot easier to like double check and verify. And so I was like looking at him, and then I'm like looking at Google, and then like he crawled up the wall a little bit, so I scooted over, and I look down and I look up and he's gone, and then he's on the ceiling, but I can still confirm like, yeah, no, I'm looking for this. And then I found him and I couldn't figure out what. It's just a bunch of Reddit posts half the time. It's just a bunch of Reddit posts going, what spider is this? What spider is this? And I'm like, where in the comments do they identify the spider? And then they usually link it to like a wiki or something. But that's where I go and I cross verify like the images that they have. But yeah, it's a whole process. I love spiders. Why? I don't know. They're cool. I used to be terrified. I used to have terrible, terrible arachnophobia. And the fact that I'm a spooter now is pretty funny. Oh, that's so funny. My bathroom's freezing. I feel like bathrooms they're either like super hot or super cold though. Like they're like that room in the house that if you have like good heating or cooling in the house, like central heating, and you like shut the door because it's so small, it gets really hot or really cold in there really fast. But or it's one of the rooms that has like a draft because there's the air vents or there's windows or whatever. And so like it just ends up being like cold as fuck. It's funny. Sometimes they're in the middle. Sometimes there is a comfort zone. But it's funny because they're such a small space, they seem to run one or the other a lot. Alright, so now we got... I feel like I've fixed his face. This is happy. I'm happier with it now. We still have to add, like, cheek shape. There we go. Look! Ah! It's so cute! Oh my god. Oh, the previous version just made me want to quit drawing. Like, this isn't bad, but I'm looking at that and I'm just like, why? It's not anything what I wanted it to look like, kind of. But then I sort of used that as my idea. We come back around, and boom, now we've got a face I'm much happier with. Now we draw his helmet. Do Do, 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 do. Alright, I'm gonna keep his head on its own layer because he's kind of just a chibi little guy. And then that way I can scale it larger or smaller as needed. I still kind of want to do the orc teethies because they do have... I got a picture of Fangs. I got a picture. Go forth with the forklift and come back later. I have refs. Right. A little bit more so I can see it. What else do I actually want from this? The only thing I really need right now is the helmet. Alright, so I'm gonna drop the opacity on. Oh, I'll save it. Fine, I'll save. I'm saving. File, save. I probably did forget. Spork says you have to gently guide the spooters out of your bathroom. You don't want to shower with a huntsman. Oh my goodness. They are quite large. One day I want to see one because they're so big. I feel like I'll either be I'll either love the experience or it will send me back to having arachnophobia. But it's like a small tarantula it's not a tarantula. It's just like really big spooter. They have like such little fingies. Yeah, cobalt fingers. But he's a little guy. Hold on. We're white knuckling this bitch. Right? Flooring it in your little contraption. Don't. I don't know, maybe I like the old one better. Yeah, no, that one looks more like paws. We're just gonna roll with it. Have to make this one work. And just make it like... Oh my goodness. All right. Nope, I'm just gonna leave it how it was. Every time I change it, I hate it. It was fine. It was beautiful. I think everything else I keep going too big. And because it's paws, it's small. Gonna draw his helmet. Dang it. Hang on, let me drink some. I feel like you'd mega panic at the huntsman moving at Mach 3, even though they basically no harm to humans. Zoom in, they do. Was it the huntsman or the camel spider? It was one of those two spiders that are huge. And they're found in hot desert areas. There's a sort of myth that they will chase you. And the only reason it's sort of a myth is because they will chase you, but it's not out of aggression. You're just nice, cool shade. They want to stand in your shadow. But as they run towards you, you run away, your shadow moves, and they keep running, and it feels like they're chasing you. You go, ah! And then if you run by a bush or something, and it's a shadow that'll stay in place, it's like, fuck you, this tree's stationary. And they're not actually, I don't think, attacking you. They just want to stand in your shadow. You're just that cool. I just can't remember if it was the huntsman or the camel spider. It was one of the big scary ones though, so it's like, oh no. They just want to be your friend. It's fine. Big stretch. All right. You think it's the camel spider? I do too, because I'm trying to think. I can't remember. It's been a while. I have to find this again. But there's this one TikTok and it just fucking makes me laugh. My friends keep sending it to me on like Reels or on fucking wherever. Because they know I like spiders, and so it's just like this guy's like, "Hey, will you catch this spider for me?" And the guy's like, "Yeah." And then it goes back to the first guy, and he just throws a spider in a cup, like tosses it, and the guy's like, "Ah!" And he's like, "It's not funny. The man died," or something like. And it's just like I'm retelling it poorly, and it's worth watching, but like I fucking every time it just gets me. That reminds me of this other one somebody sent me, where this chick's sitting there and somebody throws a fucking, I think it was a huntsman because it was big. She doesn't react at all, and I'm just like, what? Like, doesn't give a fuck. I'm like, that is... I think I would still probably scream a little bit if there was like a giant house spider on me. Like, hello, Jelly Bean. Not sure huntsmen live in the desert, so probably. Yeah, camel spider sounds... That's the wrong way. There we go. Do, 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 do. All right. Mm-hmm. Doom, doom, doom. Well, gosh, I wonder where the spiders go. Like, I wish I could just spend a whole day watching where he like where's he going? What's he up to? What's his day? What's his day followed with? Where's where's that little guy going? What's in a spider's day? 24-hour spider cam, yeah. Like, where do they go? One time I did follow one. And I was like, what the fuck? Spiders climb there? And I found that under a certain ledge is probably where spiders just kind of crawl unseen. And I'm like, that's crazy. But unless you are at a completely different angle, you're never going to see that. Like, you'd have to be a cat or like a small child to have the vantage point to see where spiders are like at sometimes. I'm like, that's so crazy. Need to get some knee pads and crawl around looking for spiders. It's gonna look real weird. What are you doing? I'm looking for spiders. It's like it's like Pokemon. Every time I find a new spider, I'm like, what are you? I'll find out. I must catch them all. I will catch all the spiders. Alright. Back. Nope. That's not his head. I started lining this one, and I was just like, I'm not happy with it. It's not coming out. It's not coming out. Like, it just, I was gonna be so mad. And like now, I'm just like, dude, what the fuck? Like, seriously, just spending some time trying to get back in tune with my hand again. I'm like, ugh. Like, the before and after is crazy. Getting on your knees for spiders. Yeah. Oh man, I will spend way too long standing there just watching a spider though, as we found out. Um, I'm so curious. Like, their little lives. What do they do? Where do they go? Ugh. No yawning. All right. Are we due for an ad break soon? Because I might need to stretch my leggies real quick. Do a little dance. Get the blood pumping so I don't get tired. I really like his face. Oh no, I actually want that. What? This is a very, very fast forklift, so it's very deformed. It's warping. It's going at warp speed. Ad starts in, haha, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. I knew it. All right, cool. We're gonna punch that in now. I'm gonna do a quick little shake. Grab some. I'm out of water, and I might grab a snack. I might grab a quick snack. But yeah, we're locked in for tonight. We're working on stuff. This is coming along super great. I would love to see about getting the line art for this done. I wanted to work on the cow mom. I guess we went for the trash fire. Maybe I should switch gears and sketch the other one too, because if I go straight to doing line art, it will tire my hand out. Um, All right. Let's do a quick ad break. Thank you for hanging tight through it. It means we don't have to deal with pre-rolls, and everybody appreciates that. I do my best to run off and time it with getting water and stretching, doing my quick little break. So I won't get distracted looking for spiders online to see what kind of spider they are. I won't go research my spider husband, okay? I already had my one allotted spider break for today. We'll be right back. Hello. I have returned. Turns out my spider friend just went back to his little corner. So he wasn't doing anything of interest. Which means, I did get my butt back over here. I ate some food. So I have been fed. I'm gonna let this guy sit. Don't think I'm ready to tackle the forklift today. I am happy I redid his face. I do think I want to do his mouth in sort of like a screaming face instead, with like his teeth out, but I think I want to cycle back around to the ref sheet for now. Because now I know I can redraw these. I can rebuild it. Alright, so press nice. Yeah, I still have one of my old computers, and I'm like, maybe I should just go pull the RAM out of it. Alright. I might actually have to switch from drawing to something else for a little bit. Just so, like, sitting forward is actually starting to hurt. We're at like 7:30. So I'm gonna work on sketching these and redrawing these for a little bit, but then maybe the two options I have are I've got naked nails right now and I want to paint them, or we could play a video game for a little bit and either keep working on Baldur's Gate 3 and see if we can get through the third act and finish the game. Or I could do, I don't know, something, it's cold out, so I would do something wintry. My friend got me Avatar nail polish when it came out for Christmas. And I did 2 of the colors for Christmas. I think one of them was like, it's like a red thermal, and the other one's like green sparkly one. So, I got to wear those, but there's like this dusky blue, and it's a thermal, and it turns to white, so it goes white to dusky blue, and it's got this really pretty blue sheen in it, and I'm like, it's such a like a wintry color. It's so pretty. So I chose what I wanted to paint on my nails next. I just don't know when. It's either that or it'll be after stream later tonight. But I don't know. Maybe I'd do the base ones tonight, and then I don't know if I get on tomorrow night or not. Where the fuck? Oh, it's all... Oh, Also, I've had this video up on YouTube for a little bit now. And I think I'm just gonna post it. It's I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I want to keep working on it. I want to try to do something, make it better. And like at some point, it's like maybe I should just post it. But it's just kind of been sitting there because I'm like, I don't know if it's good enough. And I hate that feeling of wondering if something's good enough or not, and then just not posting it. Try not to do that anymore. This sketch has lost, I don't know, Alright, so next thing I want to do is go pull up. She's a... I'm feeling like this doesn't look The hands are good, though. I love the hands. I don't want to... Those are good. They can stay. That was... The face, though. We're redrawing this. Ten-year-old parts, yeah. I've got some computers that are old. My first one lasted like 8 years, though. The one I built, that I started using when I started drawing. I think the motherboard finally went out. But, that's not hair. I forgot what I was fucking talking about now. It's fine. We succeeded on a different mission that was much more important. Oh, yeah, I basically stole the fans out of my computers because I was like, I don't know what I can do with this, but they still work. What power source could I attach those to make like, what do they need to operate? Is it something you can stick in a fursuit head? Okay. So this song does make me think of something in a little bit of... I'm trying to think when this came out. a long time ago. But like back in the Tumblr heyday, there's this thing that I think happens to a lot of creators too, and it happens in streams, and I'm sure at some point, like, there have been people who had smaller streams and then they gained popularity, or the streams got larger and stuff changes because it's a lot harder to respond or reply to everybody. And so, like, in the days of the Tumblr blogs and stuff, it's like you could kind of talk and reply to your little community or gathering around your little blog through like asks and like story building and world building that way. But sometimes people would not necessarily send like, hey, what would your OC do with this or that? They would just like try to have a conversation with you, and it's perfectly fine to, I guess, like, at a smaller level, reach out to people. But once somebody gets to a certain point, it's not that they're too good to reply to anybody, but like, if you're the person on the other side, it feels like there's just a wall of people who want your attention and your focus, and you can't actually tangibly reply to every single person while still maintaining doing what you're doing to bring those people in the first place. Like, I had to explain to somebody, they're like, hey, why aren't you responding to me? Like, are you too big for your britches now? Because you have, I think I only have like 3,000 followers or whatever. And I was like, no. I was like, look, here's the thing. If you're just like, hi, hey, hello, and I stop to reply to you every single fucking time, and like it's a pause in what I'm doing, I'm like, I'm not making the art that you guys want to see, because it's not just you. It's X amount of people, reaching out and doing that. It like gets to the point where you're like, I can't possibly keep up. And one of the things I like about streaming as a format is it does make it a little easier to have that kind of like involved communication, fun, like interaction, and community building, but it's in a way that's not so like 1v1. When it starts getting beyond a handful of people, it gets really overwhelming. And like, I was small potatoes. I think I got like 3,000 on Tumblr, but it was like, I was kind of, it was a lot for me. I was trying to work a full-time job. And so trying to get back to everybody in like the few hours I had in a day, I'm like, this isn't gonna happen, buddy. Like, drawing is my hobby. And then once it became my job, it's like, I also don't mean to snub people who just reach out and ask me questions. And I do try to get back around to people when I can. But if somebody's got like a question about art specifically, then I'll try to like answer, or sometimes be like, hey, yeah, here's a tutorial I used for that. But if somebody messages me about commissions, I will absolutely respond. But if it's just like a casual message, it gets a lot more difficult for me to ensure that I'm going to respond, because I do have a chunk of time I try to spend on Discord and replying to stuff and replying to people. But once that's up, I try to skitter off and do some other stuff, so I don't end up doing it all day. Because you guys want me to get on and work on stuff. You want me to stream, and you have to kind of find a balance of time. And so I think once people hit a certain point, it's just really overwhelming to try to keep up with that many people. It looks like she has a halo right now. And like, that's one of the things where some people just want to get big and they want to be able to get those huge numbers and have those huge streams. And I'm like, I don't mind to get to a sustainable size, but I think I would feel overwhelmed if I got to the point that I couldn't like converse with chat. If chat just became a wall of moving text, I would probably, that's, I don't even know how I would handle that, you know? I like the interaction. How else would we have conversations about spiders and amps? Should say on the fans, volts, and amps for powering it. Normally they're like 5 volts, so could use a USB battery bank. Never did get off that train. Which train? The spider train? It was a high-end motherboard back then. That's pretty cool, yeah. Why did they make it a disc? What? Yeah, there's a point of computer stuff that's beyond me. I have built my one computer, but I don't know. I got talked out of building my next computer, which I do now regret even more because of the whole computer cost, parts, pieces, and everything. But at the time, I didn't know stuff was going to get more expensive in the future, and I didn't know I was going to be VTubing. Burger time! It wasn't a save redeem. I'm fucking traumatized, dude. I saw a burger, file save. I'm broken! Classic! Disk drive storage instead of solid state. Huh. But yeah, I built one of my old computers, and I wanted to build it, and everyone was like, no, that's overkill. You don't need to do that. I'm like, but I want to future-proof it. I should have listened to my goddamn self. Because this is my job. This is what I do. And having a better machine would have been optimal. And the time I had to afford something like that is gone for the time being. So I'm just like, well, fuck. It would have allowed me to do more with streaming, because there's a lot I didn't know about VTubing during that time. Like, I was VTubing, right? But I was still building up some of the different stuff I've been working on and figuring out. And one of those things was that there's a limit to what my computer can handle when we started switching to VC-Face, which is the program I use to talk to you right now. We started having problems with something like Baldur's Gate running on my computer at the same time. And then having stuff like stream avatars and tits open is like, my computer wants to set on fire. And I'm like, I'm sorry, baby, just keep going. You got this. And it's like, the fans are whirring full speed. And I'm just like, oh, man. I did not know I needed to have a dual computer set up at some point. And if at like some point something happened to this computer or whatever, I would be reducing down to like one. But I would be able to have like more hand tracking and stuff on my model, but that's kind of intensive. So it's okay. But yeah, thankfully I'm trying to be mindful of the type of games I'm trying to play, knowing that my computer can only handle so much. I don't know if we would be able to do, so there's a game called Played Up, and that one's been kind of my decompress game when I've been letting myself play anything. And oh my god. I was trying to play it like Overcooked, where you just kind of like deliver stuff as fast as possible. And like, kind of, there's some of that to it. but also you want to, like, you kind of want to start figuring out how to automate stuff and, like, creating, like, assembly lines and shit sooner on so that you can handle higher customers later on. I'm like, what the why did I fuck this up so bad? That looks so much better. Uh, oh, I like this so much more. RAM is crazy now. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, it's gonna be a while before I can afford a new computer, so we're just gonna have to hope. I was gonna try to figure out how to set my laptop up and see if I could do something with that, but it works best as sort of a third monitor because it doesn't actually have a ton of capability to run stuff, so I can't. It's not quite good enough to use as um to run like my VTubing thing on, and it's not good enough to be a gaming computer. And my art program doesn't usually draw enough power for me to really need to run it on a different computer, so. I should say no, but it's kind of. All right. You can put a laptop in a case? What? That's crazy. I tore apart a keyboard and put it back together. Now I want to tear apart more things. I've learned. I've learned I can do it. The improvement in just a few months is pretty crazy. You can when you pull it down to just the motherboard. Oh no. They even use the same RAM. You'll send a picture because you're being generous, calling it a case. Oh god. You've created a monster, is what you're saying. It's a working monster. Hey, it works, it works. Try to do something other than a 3/4 turn. How about that? Horns on this one. Hmm. What's a thing? So, do I put? Look weird. All right, let me see something real quick. I see something here. So yeah, I think part of what's making it look wonky is that they actually have their horns above their ears, and I'm putting her ears above her horns. And then their ears are like rounded. That's it. I think that's what was pissing me off. I'm like, why do I hate this? Because the ears don't look right. Didn't look like a cow. I was doing a bad job and I could do better. So I did. Now we have a cute cow. Alright. I haven't thought about that. Dirk's ears are below her horns, so it makes sense. Remember not to overflop the ears. Yeah, no, they're not like flopped or curled around. Like, I was doing them more like horse ears, but they look more like, bear ears. Face looks good, but there's something that's off. Now I know. Alright. I did it. I did the horns over the ears there, but the ears are the wrong shape. This is so cute. I was just so not happy with how she came out before, and it's one of those things where you just keep trucking sometimes. And this time, I'm like, it's been... This is where, when people have patience, it pays off, and I think this is why my commissioners are so chill, right? This person's been waiting a minute for me to get around to this, right? But in the time span since I started this to where I am now, oh my god, this is looking so much better, right? Ad starts in a minute. All right, hang on. So, it's like, that's one of the reasons why I'm like, you know what? Yeah. since they're not rushing me and like I'm irritated with the way it looks, like they're happy with it. They're not having this is completely a me thing where I'm like, I currently can do better than what I have here. And I've done one line art that I am so willing to redo. And I want to redraw that face. Like, this is okay. But like, oh my gosh, this is so much softer and like, this captures the right vibes. So I'm gonna send a quick screen cap. All right, so yeah, I think I'm gonna fix all the base ones here. Oh my god, that's not a fucking case spork, that's a Lindor truffle box. That's that is literally a cardboard box. Spork has poked holes in the side for ventilation and everything. That is brilliant. What? Can I show? Can I share with the class? Oh shit. All right. Shit, ad break. I'm gonna run around, stretch real quick. I'll be right back. Well, then we'll share the chaos. Can I? I'll say I could make links shareable, but I don't know. It's the bots that make it no good. All right, one sec. We'll be back in 3 minutes. I just need a quick stretch while we're doing an ad break, anyways. Hello! Alright, let's take a look real quick and see what Spork did. We're gonna share with the class. This is the fucking Lindor truffle box. Irresistibly smooth. You're like, oh geez, I think I want some chocolates. And no, there's no chocolates here. It's a fucking motherboard. It's a it's a creative solution. I love it. I like the holes poked in the side and everything. That's great. Anyways, I love ingenuity and upcycling and making use of things. So I think that this was very clever and super entertaining. I love it when you're like, oh, look, it's a thing. And it's like, but wait, it's a different thing. And in this case, it's it's not a truffle box. It's a computer. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing. Smooth performance, yes. Oh my gosh. So I think I'm gonna finish the rough sketches and then trying to work out what else I want to do. I might switch to playing a game for a little bit just so I'm not I've been taking enough stretch breaks. I'm good to go for like a little bit longer, but I don't know. I think it's going to be a late night drawing for me, but I'd like to take like a 2-hour break, either a minute to paint my nails or to just play a game for a minute. So we'll probably go ahead and end the Twitch stream. Or not the Twitch, the YouTube stream when we get to that point. And then yeah, we'll see. I have to decide what I want to work on later, but I need like probably like an actual food break. I grabbed a snack, but I should like I had enough that I'm good for now, but I should stop and eat. But it's, do I want to play a game or do I want to paint my nails before I go back to drawing later? Well, all right. So if I paint my nails later off stream, I can decorate them. We can actually watch me like decorate them tomorrow, tomorrow evening. So maybe I'll do that. So that would mean playing a game tonight. So it would probably be playing Played Up for a little bit, because that one's pretty cool. Or trying to make another stint on Baldur's Gate, which I honestly, I don't know if I have the patience for Baldur's Gate right now. I keep getting so frustrated. I'm just like, let me get to the underwear. I want to get cute underwear for Karlach. I feel like I'm asking a lot, and I don't feel like I'm asking a lot. Boop, boop, doo, doo, doo. Oh, you missed. Oh God, did I? Oh, I deleted it. I'm sorry. You'll never get to see the Lindor truffles now. Let's see. Yeah, I can't usually afford materials. So when I'm able to get things, or like I had an old futon when I first moved out. It was one of the things that like I I bought with one of my first paychecks and like put it on layaway and went to go pick it up so that like when I moved out I had a couch, and it was just I can't remember, it was like $250 or something like that, and it was okay. But eventually it did wear down and it started to crack and break, and I was like, okie dokie, well, probably need to throw this out. And for the longest time, I just put the mattress on the floor because a lot of my friends like to just sit on the floor. Like, it doesn't matter if there's a couch, they want to sit on the floor. And that's me. Like, it doesn't matter if there's somewhere to sit, I want to stand. People are like, please sit. I'm like, no. And they're like, Skuttz, please sit down. Like, I'm like, no, I like standing. They're like, but there's a chair, right? Like, I'll get you a chair. I'm like, I don't need a chair. It's fine. And they're like, please. And I'm like, I sit for work. I sit and I draw. I draw and I sit. I don't want to sit. Please, please let me stand. They're like, okay, okay. They leave me. But it's like, yeah, if you work on your feet, like, of course you're like, please sit down, you know. But for me, my lower back is like, oh, no sit. Please stand. But I'm not on my feet long enough for like my feet to hurt. And I have worked jobs where that was the case, and I did want to sit then. But currently I'm like, no, no sit. I am the worst. I am not a good boy. I do not want to sit. I refuse. One more to fix. I think this one will be mostly okay. Probably the one that's the closest to what it should have. Well, time to go look at more cow pictures. Alright. Nope, I need a photo. Why isn't this one looking as good? I looked at a ref for the other one. An extreme, like, different angle, so. Back to cow picture. What? Give me the cows. What? What was it? Highland? Alright, now to find a picture that kind of looks like the cow eating, or looking down at the ground, or something. Grazing is probably going to be my best bet. But so many of them, they're just looking at the camera. Oh, let me just type in grazing. Ew, we're getting to AI images. I found one that kind of works. See if I can find one more. Having something that kind of is in the... Wow, there's literally one more. I'm in to make sure it's fucking real. Moo, moo, moo. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's always fun when you find a gem like that. You know what you mean, you stand a lot too. Yeah, yeah. It's like, I just want to be in the not default state that I have to be in when I'm working. I like to do the gremlin squat too, a lot. And people are like, do you want a chair? And I'm like, no, I'm good. They're like, looking at you makes my back hurt. And I'm like, but I'm like this because my back hurts and this is stretching it and it feels good. And they're like, oh, carry on then. That's actually why I think after I rolled my ankle, my habit of squatting and just being like a little gremlin in the corner, and stretching my lower back out, I think it actually helped strengthen my ankles because they're doing pretty good. And I'm like, huh, I wonder why. I haven't had any issues like rolling my ankle again because I tore 2 ligaments and sprained 2, and then they're like, after you roll an ankle, it's like prone to roll again, so be careful. And I was like, okay. And like I haven't had any problems. Knock on wood, not none. Not none. There's been a few scares, but usually I would think if that scare happened that would mean that's, that was the end. But yeah, no, I forgot what I was talking about because I'm thinking about nose. But yeah, so one day I was just kind of squatting down and I realized that when I'm squatted like that, my my body weight is down supported on just my two, like I'm propped up, and like I will make all these micro adjustments to try to keep my balance when I'm like that. And so it just kind of is all those little like tiny movements and everything all strengthened my muscles. So the main problem I've had from that is I almost tore my Achilles. I think I made it like halfway. I tore I tore my Achilles halfway, which is not good. And so I couldn't like put my heel down for about a year. I was walking on like a tiptoe on one side just because it was too painful, and it took for the tendon to really heal before I could actually stretch it again. And so I've kind of got a tight hamstring. I think we figured out it's part of the reason I've had everything else kind of cascade fail. I've had one thing be fucked. So I'm trying to add that into everything else I'm doing where I'm stretching it. But yeah, it's wild. So I'm like, cool. I'm going to keep gremlin squatting because it's good for my ankles. Yeah, that was wild. I think that was December 2021. I was not walking for a minute. That's actually when I started VTubing. Was somewhere around that point where because I couldn't really do anything. It was really I couldn't walk. So I was really glad that this gave me an additional way to kind of. It was really hard for me to work on art, I think, because I can't sit in the right posture without having to put my ankle, like I had to put my feet up and stuff. So I think I streamed Subnautica was my first game, and that was pretty fun. But I don't know. I think it gets really difficult to stand out playing games on the internet. Like, there's a lot of people who are like, I want to stream on Twitch. And it's like, okay, what are you doing? And they're like, I'm playing games. And it's like, it kind of works if you already have a following for a different reason, I think. Like, somebody who already has a big following on YouTube or something can probably start streaming and have, a little more momentum. But if you're just playing games and there's not anything particularly that stands out about you, it's like, well, what's different about watching you play this game than somebody else? And so I think that's also a way people get really discouraged because it's difficult to stand out when you're doing something like that. But for me, it's not about, like, playing games is part of it because it's a way, like, we already have the setup, everything's already there. It's a way to interact with the community and do stuff. But first and foremost, I just want to share my art. And so when I was able to draw again, it just kind of was the natural progression to go back to drawing, but streaming on Twitch now. And yeah, it's just funny. I didn't think I was gonna end up here, but like it's fine. And like, I think it's really fun. The streaming is a really fun format. I originally did it mostly as a way for like immediate feedback when I was working on commissions. If somebody can make it to the stream, like, you know. And then it really was just at its core out of communication speed with my commissioners if they were able to be online. I still try to time it a little bit. Like sometimes I just work on stuff to get stuff done. But it's like it's cool to be able to see your stuff get drawn and worked on, and some people like to come and catch the streams or um it's just fun. I like that. It's what they learning to talk to chat and balance that kind of thing was the bigger ordeal. But even that I've been doing for a little while. It was crazy. Like I'm trying to think when I started streaming on just yeah, it's been a while. But like I don't know. It's fun cuz I'm not discouraged. Like I'm here doing what I love. And I think that that's like that genuine part of what I do is one of the fun parts. And you guys like to come and watch what you get, you know, commissioned or come and hang out and chat while I work on stuff. And because I already have that small base of people, other people will kind of come through and check you out, you know. And it's crazy. I'm in the top 10% of Twitch streams for the art category for like Zomboid and in the top 10 for like just chatting. And like you've not even seen my streams be any crazy numbers or anything, but that just tells you like how many people get on and stream to nobody. And then they have like a sour attitude about it, or they aren't like talking to their chat, and then they're like, I don't understand why I'm not growing. I don't understand why nobody's. It's like, because you're being a butthole. like people can smell the stank, my friend. And it's just like, I don't care if anybody's in my stream or not. I love it if people are, it makes me happy. But if I'm streaming to nobody, at the end of the day, I'm still making art and doing my thing. It's a bonus, but it's not the thing that I set out to do it. And so like my attitude around it is, you know, if there's nobody in chat, I just keep going. And eventually people pop by and, you know, it's just, it's weird. If you set out to stream for streaming, like you're not gonna have the best time. If you don't have any other motivation or anything else to hold on to, and you're just focused on numbers, it gets really demotivating really fast. Like I'm slowly rebuilding over a social media following over on Blue Sky. This is like the third time I've had to do it. And I'm like, which of these do I like better? And it's like I can be frustrated, or I can be like, well, it's time to just, you know, pick up and start again because like Tumblr collapsed and then Twitter collapsed. And I'm just like, oh man. Every time I hit a certain threshold, the website collapses. So let's knock on wood that this time I can get follows without the site exploding. But it's also a good reason why like you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket on any website or any streaming service, because like policies change and, you know, it's better to try and have. I just completely like Twitter I've left though. I'm not that's the lost cause. But I have started posting on Tumblr again sometimes. I miss I miss the question answer format. I really do. think if I was more focused, like if I wanted to focus more on just being like a more popular streamer, I could, but then I'd have an overwhelming chat. And I like being able to keep up. I think there's like I've heard some people say too, like they'll follow somebody's streams for a while, but then once like if they do get too if they do get too popular, they're like happy for them, but also the streams just kind of change pace or feel a little different when it comes to the chat. And it definitely depends. I've been in larger streams where there's a lot of lurkers like watching artists and stuff, and so it's like there's a big number, but the chat's not too crazy. And then I've popped into some things where it's like the chat's like at 70 or 80 people and like it's just moving nonstop, and I'm like, holy fuck, how can you even interact with that? Like, what are you doing at that point? And it seems like it depends on the community and it depends on the chat, but I also think like I guess slow mode's a thing too. I've seen a few people have enabled. But like there's value to being a smaller stream, and there's people who enjoy that vibe a little bit more. So I think there's room for people at all levels. You know, even with art, people are like, "Oh, well, we just want to be the best or always have the best or whatever." And it's like, "What where's your room for the beginners?" You know? And it's like that's where you can get people who are still learning how to draw and sharpening their skills, but like maybe can't charge what prices I kind of charge for stuff because they don't have that there yet. Like you kind of start with a lower skill and a lower price, and then as your price and your skill go up together, you leave the bracket you were in. So there's always room for beginners and people who, you know, are priced lower because their skills aren't there yet or they don't have the repertoire. Like, price, I would say, would also vary on how well someone's able to deliver. Like, do you have a track record of finishing art, or are you brand new and people don't know if you're just going to ghost off the internet completely in a few months? Because, like, there's a lot of pressure to complete commissions. So if people haven't completed them before, sometimes they take a commission and they find out, like, oh shit, this isn't for me. And they're like, oh no, now I have this thing and I have to do it. And it just weighs on them and it eats them, and then it jams their creative process, and then they get art blocked and they ghost. And it's like, that's wild. But if you start at, you know, smaller arts, smaller prices, smaller pieces, it's easier to be like, you know what, this isn't for me. Maybe I'm going to refund everybody and like just quit doing commissions. That's fine. Or maybe you're able to move through them faster to show, hey, look, I can do commissions. And then you can build up to doing larger ones. Oh, big stretch. I'm trying to get my commission queue down because I'm at a point where folks have seen me around for a while because I've been doing this long enough that they're like, okay, I mean, I was like, hey, I'm so sorry it's taking me so long to get to your commission, because I deal with chronic issues, and it does make me slower sometimes, You guys have bared witness in the last however long. And I'm well aware of that. So I do my best to try to work through my queue first in, first out, or have like a relative priority so that if a commission's been waiting longer, that one is one I'm going to try to work on first. I have smaller commissions I do to try to like have stuff that is like short turnaround. But then like stuff like this ref sheet where there's going to be adjustments and changes to it, or it's got a lot of detail, or it needs a lot of thought. These ones do take a little bit longer, but they have their own separate queue. So I'm trying to make this one shorter. And generally this is, I think, also where like other folks will fall into just never being able to catch up. And I have a system and we're getting there, but it's like, I won't take any more of these big commissions until I've finished some more big commissions. Like, I have this one and I have the, the Bard one, where it's the 4 characters. So that's a huge one. That one's taken a minute. There's a lot of detail. There's a lot to be done. And so once that's finished and this one's finished, I'd feel differently about maybe taking on one more. So if you finish 2 and you take on 1, then you're still able to take on a piece but still make progress. So that's a simplified version. I think when I was doing it, the best I was doing it, I was getting 6 out a month and I was taking 2 to 3 commissions. So I was getting twice as much out as I was taking on. And I made a lot of progress then, but I had to switch some focus to some other things. And my costs have gone up significantly, which has been, it sucks. When my bills go up, it definitely makes it harder to catch up on backlog because I have to keep taking more work to account for the increased bill costs. Like electricity has gone up, despite trying to use less and be cautious. Like the base rates are just going up. Food's more expensive, and like it's just, so there's nothing I can do about some of it. But that's why I'm like, well, what can I do? What can I do? And I spent some time thinking about it over, the last little while, and what I came to and what I've started to do is the gesture drawings and the warm-ups, and I feel like that has really, like, the only thing I can do is work faster. And so I've been basically trying to train myself to go faster. And it's been working. It's really good. So far, I'm really happy. I feel like I've been increasing my speed. And because I've been trying to do the gesture drawings timed, but still talking to chat, it's kind of also helped me train to make sure I'm able to talk while I'm doing those things instead of it being like, well, I'm just going to be completely silent while I'm drawing. Because we've gone into the kobold fugue state where I've been just sitting and talking, and next thing I know, I come out, I'm like, oh, look, I'm finished with the liner, and the kobold's done. What the hell? So I'm like, I can talk and hit the flow state. It's just difficult when I'm trying to maybe like work out shapes and stuff. So if I'm trying to focus on working out a form, like this ear is bugging me enough that if I keep having issues, I might I might go quiet for a minute, but that's pretty good. So far, this is pretty good. And these ears are so cute. They're almost like some big fantasy creature ears. Alright, so I think it's going to be a question of if the commissioner likes the eyes a little bit smaller or if they like them a little bit larger. I feel like having the eyes bigger makes it feel kind of more cartoony. Making the eyes smaller somehow makes her feel larger, like big. I think having them too large is like not having the effect that I want. Smaller. Honestly, the hair and stuff can stay, I think. And the issue was definitely, oh my god, I fixed it. Ad starts in a minute. Dismiss. Alright. You kind of step back from very busy chats. Yeah, same. I just kind of, I'll lurk maybe, but it depends on what's going on. Too many Skuttz followers crashes websites confirmed. Yeah, and you like how you'll get to it also just becomes a communication thing if a deadline's expected. Yeah, pretty much. And there's been a time or two that I maybe spaced on something, but somebody's been like, "Hey, did you forget about me? Could you do this?" And I'm like, "Oh my god, yeah, no problem." So like, it's usually not an issue because I'll note it down in like 3 different places. But once in a while, if I'm on the go and I forget to add it to the queue, that's about the only time I've forgotten. But let's see, we're almost done. I really like the ear shape better. The only thing is, one of them's more rounded, and that one's less. I just like to find streams with some good music and some like interesting stuff to peep in on. Like if they're creating something, I'm usually drawing or cleaning when I'm watching a stream. Once in a while I eat or I edit or something like that, depending on what I'm doing. But like if I'm at my computer and I would like something passive and I'm not necessarily watching YouTube, I usually watch YouTube on my TV. There's not really a good Twitch app on the television, there was a way at some point I figured it out, but I don't think this TV is able to or I don't know. But I'm like, boo. So I would have to like put my laptop in a chocolate box and then I could maybe watch Twitch. But I don't have a chocolate box, so I guess I'm just screwed. Too bad I only have an HDMI cable and a laptop. Ad break ends. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna take a quick stretch. I'll be right back. All right. I I'm dying. Hang on. Not really. I just need water. Bleh. All right, there we go. I should start making tea during the time span before it's too hot. There's an incoming ad, and it's already 10 p.m. Holy shit, and I've been streaming for 6 hours. Alright, YouTube, I am gonna hop off because I'm done with this. I don't know what to do with myself. We can play a game for a little bit on Twitch. A new thing, I didn't end up using it. And then, where's the other one? This is the other I ended up redrawing today. And everything came out so good. It looks so much better. I'm so happy. All right. Actually, I guess I might scamper off. If I do stream, I'll ping on Discord.